Let me hope you're doing fine. We are back today, and it's a beautiful day already. We are going to work on the back end logic of our tour app that we've been working on. It's an app that automates all the processes of any tour company, and it enables these tour companies to effectively execute on the duties that they are supposed to execute on. So if you love the process, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream so that you can be able to follow along. So what we are going to work on, we're going to work on mostly two elements. We are going to work on the authentication first of all. So we are going to fix the authentication issue, but we are also going to work on the storage. And what I'm going to use in terms of working on these elements, I'm going to use Firebase, because Firebase is very much well set up to handle these elements in a much more better way. So when it comes to that, let's first of all add a Firestore, because it's going to be very useful in our execution of the various setups that we are going to execute. And so let's add that.
Now the drums hit different, syncopated like the pain. Read a book, bought a vest, spirit tough as iron, spirit tough as iron.
So let's continue.
The block to breathe, resilience in the DA need. In the code, no more running from it, facing every single ghost. Success is a lonely hill, but I brought the whole tribe. Education is the fire, burn the lies away. Simple truth, heavy bass. Keep the movement steady. Never forget the source.
Let's change this.
Branches touching the sky. Know yourself, feel the way. Knowledge is the way out.
Let's reload. So it is already set up. So we are going to set next is the authentication. So let's also set up the authentication, which is also very important. So we're just going to use our authentication for let's use our authentication for the email.
Mental state like a cracked marble floor, walking over glass and $6,000 loafers. Grenades hidden in the gifted bags from Paris, artillery strikes hitting the penthouse balcony. Survival is the only brand I truly wear. Stains on the silk that never come out. Clean it up. A massacre happened in the master suite. I just bought a new house to forget. Heavy head resting on a silk pillowcase. War scars looking like expensive designer labels. Still with it. Managing
let's enable the on for Google.
The trauma is just a tax on the crown. Victory tastes like cold iron and vintage wine. The cost of the throne. Sipping aged scotch to drown the sirens. Body count is high in the mental ledger. Cook the bitterness in a copper pot. Served it cold to the ghosts in the cellar every nightmare. Bought a new acre of land. Iron in the blood, but platinum on the neck. Heavyweight. A general of a ghost battalion in suits. The interior is red like the battlefield.
Let's save that and we'll continue. Remember, we've been working on this platform and currently what we are trying to set up is first of all our authentication. Then from the authentication you're going to be able to handle, from the authentication we're going to set up the back end for this, and we're going to use Firebase. So let's run our website as look at what is. So we've first of all enabled in our app. We've just made the initial setups for authentication, Firebase, and storage. Now, what you're going to do, we are going to ensure that we can be able to work on each and every logic for these to ensure that it aligns perfectly with our app.
Un bajo profundo y palpitante entra con un ritmo de Latin House clásico y un cencerro energético. Sí, mantén esa energía justo ahí.
Let's
Solo tú y el cielo. Vamos.
go to our site and then we put in a request.
Por dentro, seda fina bebiendo de tu copa. Me gusta cómo me miras al bailar. No hace falta hablar.
We are now going to work to fix these two elements in our app. We are going to work on the authentication of our app, and we are also going to work on setting up a backend logic for our app, and we are going to do this using Firebase. So that means when it comes to the Firebase console, we are going to use three services: Firebase authentication, Firebase Firestore, Firebase storage. As a senior engineer, I want you to create a very detailed implementation plan. And this implementation plan is going to include a step-by-step process of how we are going to implement this. But we are going to start with the authentication. You're going to list all the details that we need to get from our Firebase project that we need here to ensure that the integration that we are going to make is set up effectively. Also, you're going to create a document. You're going to, further, for the information that we have in the implementation plan, you're also going to include it in this document. So let's create a document here. Name it Firebase.md. So I expect an outcome for the information that is going to be put in this document to include the step-by-step information and logic of how we are going to set up our authentication logic and our backend logic using Firebase Firestore and Firebase storage. You need to include each and everything that we need and the details that you're going to get from Firebase to integrate in our app and where we are supposed to integrate this information from. When it comes to the master prompt that I've shared below, for the implementation plan, the detailed implementation plan should be laid out in a structure that we already have set up in the implementation plan file that is set up. So that means that you're going to work on two documents: the Firebase file, where you're going to include step by step how we are going to implement each and every functionality for the authentication and for the backend. Also, you're going to lay out that in the implementation plan clearly using the structure that is in the master prompt. So let's now first of all get what we need, because what we need, understand that there is information and settings that we need to get from our project here that we will need for the integrations that we need to make. So in that regard, it is important to get a clear overview of what you are going to implement. And then from that, we can be able to start off the process step by step, and we implement it. The people who have not yet subscribed to this stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. We are a channel that is on the journey of hitting $500,000, and you're going to hit that figure based on the various apps that we are working on. So for this app, it's one of the apps that we've already received initial payment for. Yeah, it's an app that we are working on that was requested by a client to be able to automate most of the processes that they go through when they are executing their job as a tour company. So we've automated a process for the creating itineraries and reaching out via emails and all other processes. So what you're working on currently today, it is the integration of the back end using Firebase. Like the integration of mostly authentication, how the users are going to log in to this tool, and how the information is going to be stored effectively. So these are the ones that we are working on. But before we approve this, I want to first of all look at the implementation plan and the things that we need to first of all set up. Let's look at this and accept these changes. So it says the document outlines all the step-by-step logic of implementing Firebase authentication, Firestore, and storage into the Intuga Safari application. So the information that we requested for, which was mostly a layout of the step-by-step, what we need to do to bring to this app, the details that we need to bring. So it says you need to create a new web app in your app and copy the Firebase config So we've been given instructions about certain files that we need to set. So, but before we go to the implementation plan, let's look at because there are certain files that we need to set for the authentication and all of that. But before we do that, we already have the implementation plan and what it is supposed to set up in terms of authentication. So what we are going to do, You're first of all you're going to start off with authentication as it has been given to us. So let me write a request here. So now we are going to start off with authentication, and you are going to proceed to implement the implementation plan that has been set up. Before you go on to implement the implementation plan, I'm going to request you to look at that file that you've set up and ensure that all the files that are related to our Firebase requirements are first of all set up. Create them and set them up in the app, and after that then you will go on to create the certain files that are required for the authentication. And after you complete that, let me know the details that I need to add in the earlier files that you are going to set up, and then I will integrate the details from the Firebase project. Then we can be able to review these changes effectively. So let's work on that, given that we already have the Firebase file that shows the step-by-step requirements that we need, but also we have an implementation plan for Firebase, which is so let's install Firebase to our app. And ensure that most of these files are created. That is going to make the work much more easy. For the people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. It's a new day where we are working on the authentication in our app, which is the Entuga platform. So we are setting up certain files that we need to for the authentication, but we've not yet integrated most of the details that we need, that we are going to get from our project here. So you're first of all creating these files that are all needed to be created. Then the files that relate to authentication are going to be set up, and then after that you're going to review that. So let's continue with this setup and then get review. So a platform that we've been working on, it's this platform. It is the Entuga platform that has been automated to allow this particular tour company to have its operations in one place. They can be able to create itineraries. They can be able to forward emails. They can also effectively cost out different trips. They can track the safaris that are in play. They can also make evaluations of these safaris when they are completed. They can be able to deal with the reservations. So it's a complete system that they use to be able to synchronize all their work operations. I believe you can be able to set this up for any other company in any other industries. What you're going to look at is mostly what these companies get to do on a daily basis, and then you can be able to find out those elements or the parts of the whole system that you can be able to automate, which is quite important, and that is what we are doing. But we're also working on several apps. One of the apps that we've worked on, it's Squeezer. It's an educational app. We are setting up some final details to be able to launch that. And this week, we are going to start out on a new app, a fresh app. And I want you to be able to follow that. I believe for the people who have subscribed, you'll get notifications when we are starting on that. We are starting tomorrow at 9, and we are going to go step by step for you to be able to see how we get from the level of the screenshots and being able to build that out in a much more better way, which is a very standard practice that you'll be able to view. We are going to be working with we're using React Native to build that, because we are looking to launch all our apps on the Google Play Store and Apple Store. So we want to have a framework that allows us to do that. And I believe that process will be good. If you want to follow along, you want to follow our journey, please, I'm going to call upon you. Subscribe to the stream so that you can be able to follow along. So these files are being created for Firebase. Remember, we got 2 files. We have the Firebase file that shows us the step-by-step of what is required, but we also have the implementation plan that was specifically geared to set up authentication and back end some of these files. So these files, some of them have been created. So these are the files that have been created, the firebase.ts, then the context for the authentication. We've created the login and sign up forms. So what is required to test this authentication flow and successfully integrate with your Firebase project? Please insert your project configurations in your .env.local file. So we are going to set up, that has been set up here. So we need to go to, let's go back to our app here. Let's go to our app here. And we get this information. So this is the information from this Firebase config file that you are going to copy. Because when we go here in the .env file, let's first of all accept these changes and integrate them effectively well. So we are going to get the API key. So let's go get the other files also. You can also just copy this and just bring it here. Then you can be able to get this information very fast from here without recopying. After, we can be able to delete these details from here. Let's copy this. let's put them there. For people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this stream. Today we are working on our setting up our authentication and our backend. But first of all, we are going to work on the authentication. Then we are going to continue set up the various elements which are going to mostly include all the backend processes that we need for our app. So now that we've set up this, now that we finished to set up this, the agent says reply to me and we can proceed. So let's reply. So all the required information from our project has been set up very well in the .env.local file. So what we are going to do is that you proceed with the other necessary configurations to ensure that first of all we can set up the authentication, and then from the authentication we can be able to proceed to other functionalities. Let's fix something here. The dot let's proceed. Let's proceed to view now that we've set up all our credentials. Let's continue and get to. That's why I put these credentials in the .env file, because when they are there, there is an advantage that they are not exposed so much, instead of just integrating them in the TypeScript code snippets that for our app. Remember, we are using we are building this app using Next.js, which is mostly running on TypeScript, which is good, but exposing these credentials is not good. So that's why I've included them in the .env file. I'm trying to make integrations here to ensure that we can be able to set up the sign up and the login files and its authentication, to be able to know which user has signed up and how they are using app, which is quite important. And then after that, I'll be able to look into how this functionality has been set up. If it's finalized, then we shall be able to continue with the authentication, rather with the setting up logic for the storage of our content, or mostly how our processes are going to link up for all the backend requirements. So if you love the content that we are putting out, please, I'm going to call upon you, don't hesitate to click the notification button. It's important you also like the video and you follow us, because I believe this journey is important. It's good, first of all, to showcase what I know about vibe coding and the way I do it, but most importantly, to also get to learn from you in as far as how you get to do or what you do, which is a very good process. I resolved to doing this publicly because I believe it's going to allow me to share exactly the process that I go through when I'm building these apps, and that is going to help at least some people who are already in the anticipation of doing this to be able to embark on their certain projects. They can also be setting up goals for themselves on what they want to build, how they want to achieve that. In that process, I believe it's going to be a beautiful experience. So if you want to follow this experience, where we are going to get and how we are going to hit the figures that we are anticipating to hit, please subscribe as we work on these elements. So what you're working on, we are the agent is trying to set up authentication effectively well. So what you're going to do now, you're going to check out what has been set up currently, and then we'll review that. So that has been set up, but we are getting these errors. So let me copy them very fast and so let's first of all accept these changes. Let's accept them because I'm going to copy all these errors because we currently have 3 errors. I'm going to give it to our coding agent to look at them. And then the agent will be able to resolve these errors perfectly well. So let's continue to copy the last one. Give in a request. After the modifications that you've made for the authentication, I'm getting these errors that I've shared above. And also when it comes to the first screen I get to see, I'm not able to view the sign up page. So I believe we need to update logic so that when we view this app, I'm able to access the sign up page first for me to be able to test out the features and the functionalities that we've set up for authentication. So please look into our code context that we already have, and also look at the errors that you are getting. And the task is to be able to debug these errors without distorting the authentication logic that we've recently set up and other functionalities for our app. Yeah, the reason as why I mostly use this text to speech functionality because it really eases the work, but I also get the chance to be able to explain in details, and that steps up on time, and I can be able to make faster iterations if maybe I'm working on a certain functionality that needs these iterations. So if you've not yet joined our community, I'm going to call upon you, please join the community, subscribe. And I believe that for each and every subsequent stream that you're going to make, I'm going to ensure that the experience that you get to have, the information that you get to have access to is really much more better than what you've already had. So if you want to continue to get access to quality information about vibe coding as we continue to on the quest of our journey, please subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can get notifications for the coming streams that you are going to do. We are going to stream until when we hit the figure of $500,000, and that we are going to do for by ensuring that we launch the apps that we are working on, but also we are going to pick up certain projects from other entities that need to be automated. We are going to work on those so that throughout the process we can be able to raise these funds effectively. So if you love the journey, anything that you can contribute, one of the things that I believe is much important is to follow this journey. So when you follow this journey, you hold me accountable to what I'm doing so that I can be able to deliver to you. And also in the process, I am learning a lot as I'm doing this, but you're also being able to learn in the process, which is quite important. So let's reload. The changes have been made, but still we are viewing the dashboard. I believe the files have been integrated, but we are not. We are first of all, we should be able to view the sign up screen as the first screen. So as it's loading, let me go here. I want to get something from Pinterest. Let's wait for it to load and then we shall see. Let's get a UI screen from here. So let's get some references for the sign up screens. So these are some of the reference screens that we can get from. We just want something simple. So I believe this will do. Something like this. Let me copy this. I think this is much more visually appealing if we are able to add an image to it. So let me copy it. So we already have our screen. What we are going to first of all check for, it is if we can sign up. Sorry, this is where we're going to place the name. So let's try out the functionality that we've built. Remember, we are building the authentication using Google Firebase, which has a setup like a good setup for authentication, which is quite not complicated. So it's saying that we are missing insufficient permissions. So let's copy this. I believe there are permissions that we are supposed to set up in our projects, but to get a proper context of what we need, we need to first of all go back here and so I was able to access the sign up screen, but this is the response I got in terms of the error when I try to sign up. So let's paste it here. I believe that there are configurations that we need to set up in our Firebase. So according to our context and how you set up the authentication logic in our app. Can you provide me with the information and the details that I need to set up for the missing permissions, so that I can include them in my Firebase project to sync and well with the configurations for authentications that you've set up here in our app, and to ensure that the sign up functionality and the login functionality works well. So let's proceed to make those changes. For the people who have just joined, we are working on a tour automation platform. We worked on most of the functionalities in our previous streams, and what we are doing today, we are working on the authentication for this app to be able to set it up very well, but also we are working on the setup for the storage and the various processes, how they are going to work out very well. So we are setting up authentication, then later we are going to ensure that we expound more on our Firestore setup based on the functionalities that we have. So what we've received, what it has given us, the rules for Firestore that we are going to set up. So let's come here on Firestore. We have an allocation for rules. So these are the current rules that we have. What we are going to do, we are going to remove these and paste the ones that we've received from our coding agent and save. So let's save those. And after, we are going to refresh so that we can be able to test. Before we test, let's go back here. So these are the configurations that it has set. So that means after we set up, we need to, first of all, now that we've made changes to the Firestore rules and we publish them, we are going to test out. And after we test out, we need to go back to our Firestore and get to view what we've set up. So if you love the content that we are putting out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this stream. It's very important when you subscribe to hold me accountable and to follow along the journey. But also I believe that throughout this process, you're going to learn a lot. And also you're going to see that vibe coding is something that you can do, make it your own. It really doesn't have to be set up in the same way that other people set it up, but you can get your own knowledge, the way you do it, your own kind of understanding, and work with the different coding tools that we have, or the vibe coding tools that are available to you to be able to build out whatever you want in terms of what you want to work on. So that is why I demonstrate this process publicly. So if you want to support me, I'm going to call upon you. Please subscribe to the stream, follow along, ask questions, interact, and then I believe in the process we are going to learn a lot, but most importantly, we are going to hit that 500,000 figure effectively well. So thank you. Let's first of all, so let me try to go here and look at the authentication, saying email is already in use. So the email is already in use. Let's use another email. So given that that email was already authenticated, let's use another email. So let's try this one. So we were authenticated well. So that means that when it comes to authentication, we've set it up very well. So all I wanted was to follow up on this authentication and see that it works very well. Now the authentication works very well. So we've been authenticated effectively well. So we are able to log in, which is quite amazing. So let's go here and look at our Firestore processes to view how, if we can be able to view these users that have been set up. So this user has been set up very well. So this user, I think we were authenticated, but the process was not yet set up very well. So I'm going to remove and delete him. And then I'm going to re-authenticate. I'm going to sign out and re-authenticate that user. So let's use a new user. So, and we sign up. I want to view if this user is signed up and the new user, and then I can be able to check. I think after setting up this authentication, what you are going to do, you are going to fix the setup for so we've been able to sign up very well for this new user. So this is what we see task kits. The other time we signed up with another email, we were able to. So the authentication has been set up very well. But what we need to fix, I think we need to fix how the screen appears, and also we need to fix that when we sign out, we are able to access the sign up screen, but below it, it links us up to the sign in or the login screen, which is also very important. So the login screen has to link to the sign up screen, and the sign up screen has to link to the login screen. So we need to set up that very well. We need to set up that very well. Let's go back here. Let's get our I think there is a screen we downloaded, but I'm not able to view it very well. Let's go back here. So what we are going to do is that I'm looking forward to changing the look of that particular screen. I believe we can effectively change it. So this is the reason as why I'm looking to download this. So let's it went to the desktop. So sorry. So let's name it sign up login. Let's save it and let's go back to our tool here. I'm going to call upon the people who have not yet subscribed to follow along to follow this journey. I'm going to call you to please subscribe. We are working on the a tour automation app, and currently what we are setting up authentication, which is the logic for signing up and signing in effectively well to work effectively, and for us to be able to view and understand the users who have logged in. So we are doing that with Firebase authentication in conjunction with Firebase Firestore. And later we are going to set up the logic for the storage, which are still going to do with Firebase Firestore in conjunction with Firebase storage. So if you love the journey, I'm going to again call upon you, please subscribe and follow along. So what we are doing, we are now going to make changes to how the layout of our this sign up screen and login screen looks. So we are going to fix that. And we are also going to work on the issue of ensuring that for the sign up, below the sign up fields, for the sign up, we have an allocation where we can, or a text button that can link us to the login screen, and also vice versa when it comes to the login screen. So let's give the instructions. Now, you've set up the authentication for the email very well. And we are going to fix something when it comes to the sign up and login screens. Now, currently, when it comes to when I'm signed out, I'm taken to the sign up email, which is the best, which is the right setup. But again, when it comes to the sign up screen, I'm not able to link to the login screen. So I'm requesting that below the sign up button, you're going to add a text button to link to the login screen. I need to be able to link to the login screen, but also when it comes to the login screen, I need to be able to link to the sign up screen from it. So you're going to do this for the sign up screen, but also you're going to do it for the login screen, so that there is a text button to take me back to the sign up screen. So I believe this is a standard practice where users will be able to go from one screen to another and sign up or log in effectively. We'll stop. The other element that we are going to work on is the user interface for these screens. I've attached a reference screen of the exact kind of style of the authentication screen that we are supposed to clone. That authentication screen has a main screen, and it has a card, a card that is uplifted from the main screen, and that card is divided into two. The other card, with this very card that is uplifted, it has the left hand side and the right hand side. The right hand, the left hand side is transparent, and it is reflecting the image that is in the background, for the background. And the the right hand side, that is where we're going to include the details and the text inputs for being able to sign up. So I want you to look at that image, and we are going to clone that exact kind of design when it comes to setting up the sign up screen and the login screen effectively well. So let's reference, let's bring our reference structure for how we are going to set up the implementation plan. So now I've referenced the master prompt, which has the right kind of structure for setting up the implementation plan for this particular functionality. I want you to rewrite a full detailed engineering centric implementation plan that follows that structure well, and ensure that for all the functionalities that are requested in this request, they are included in that implementation plan. And I'll review it and then allow you to proceed with making changes. So let's continue with making those changes effectively well. So what we have is so we are able to sign out. Let me sign out. What we have is this sample screen. It's not like there is it is visually appealing. So what we are trying to change, the way the screen appears, but we are also trying to ensure that we link, because currently we are here on the sign up screen. We can sign up very well, but I cannot link to the login screen. So I need to have that functionality at least here below the sign up button to be able to link to the login screen, which is a standard practice. If you've just joined us, I'm going to call upon you to please take it upon yourself to please subscribe to this stream. It's a humble request, And I believe when you subscribe, you're going to follow this journey quite well. But most importantly, in the process, I believe that you learn lots of things about how I get to vibe code these apps. And I'm also ensuring that most of these apps that we are vibe coding for the web apps and the mobile apps, we get income from them to be able to hit the figure that we've set out for $500,000. What I want to demonstrate in this process is that you don't really need to have so much technical experience to build these apps. I believe you're going to love this process, but it's going to be much more advantageous if you follow. That is going to help me in this journey. So please subscribe. Thank you. So now we have the implementation plan. And let's proceed with the redesign of this and ensure that these screens are set up very well. Ensure that they are set up very well. Let's continue with so the setup is being done very well. So the configurations that we are making configurations for the login form and the sign up form to ensure that we change the appearance and also being able to link up effectively well. So let's work on that as we continue to. The setup has been done completely well. Let's look at this. So this is what we have. This is what we have, which is great. Which has great. So we are going to change a few things. For the texts that we have, we are going to ensure that so we are going to make a few changes. So we are going to fix this text and ensure that it takes up a single line, and also we are going to align it in the center from the left to the right of the text inputs that we have. Also ensure that the text that is above it, which is the sign up text, also align it very well. Now when it comes to the texts that are below the text inputs, which are mostly for linking up to the login or the sign up screens. In both screens, also align them in the center of the text inputs from the right to the left to ensure that everything is set up very well. For the images, I want you to go to the publics folder and find a relevant image that you can reference to ensure that when it comes to this card, the background of this screen really shows up the relevant image background that was required. Let me re-share our reference image so that you can look at how the image blends very well with the uplifted card. So that means when it comes to the background of what we have, we are going to have a background of an image. You can also be able to create, use Nano Banana to create a Safari related image with a lion in it, but in the game wild, and ensure that that image takes up the full background of our sign up and login screen. And that means that for the uplifted card, the left hand side, which is mostly covered by a gradient, you're going to ensure that it is transparent. When it is transparent, that means the image below, which is in the background, is going to be able to be viewable, and that is going to transform the look. So remember, the transparent part, it is only the left hand side of the uplifted card. The other elements in terms of how they are laid out, which is the left hand side, which has the text inputs and all those details, it is going to stay the way it is. So let's make those changes. First of all, let's accept these that we've already made. So this is what we've received. We've already transformed the sign up for screen, but we want to have the background here that we include, and we want this element to be transparent so that the background image comes through here. So those are the changes that we are making, and we've already set up authentication, which is quite good. So what we are trying to look at, we want to achieve something like this when it comes to the layout, to have a background image and let that background image be transparent and peruse through into. And we got this image from Pinterest. If you want to get samples of certain sections for your app, maybe like for this sign up image, rather screen that I had not set up references for in Google Stitch, then you can be able to go to Pinterest and get access to them. So let's let's look at how these changes are being made. If you love the content that you're putting out, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to this stream. That is a very important thing, because with that you're able to follow along for our subsequent streams. But also with that, I'll know that the number of people who are holding me accountable is growing to be able to work till and put out these streams on each and every day until when we are going to hit the required figure of hitting $500,000 from vibe coded apps, which is quite amazing. So if you love the journey and you want to follow along, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe to the stream as we go along. So it has completed the functionality that we wanted. The information was, the image was set up, but the other elements were distorted, which we need to fix. So let's accept these changes and then we reprompt. Let's try to re-upload this image with a new agent. So if you are not able to upload this, let's get this very image. Let's get it. Let's copy it and we take it to our file. We are going to reference it from our file because it wasn't uploading currently, but we can use another formula. Let's go in our files here. So let's paste it here. Let's go back to our let's reference it. So this is the image. So I've reshared the reference image, which is already stored in our references folder in our app. So I want you to look at the layout of that. Given that you've already created the image, I want you to ensure that the elements on our card, which is the uplifted card, they are set out very well. They need to be organized very well. So the elements that are on the right hand side, which is mostly the text inputs and other texts, they need to be organized well and aligned from the right to the left, aligned in the center from the right to the left of that particular column of that card. Also for the transparent card, which is on the transparent column of that card, which is on the left hand side, ensure that it is set up as per what you see in our reference image. So the requirement, it is for you to study the exact look of the reference image and being able to align our items very well for the sign up and login screen. So let's first test that with Gemini Pro and get to review how it is going to set it up. So let's continue with working on that. What we are trying to see, we have already generated this image, so we are trying to make alignments to this card. Well, we have this text, we have the text app sign up, which are kind of distorted, so we need to have them organized and align them effectively well.
But it was our truth.
Let's go back here.
but it was our truth, and I wouldn't trade a single heavy day for a lifetime of easy grace. I still feel the way you held me.
Look at those elements effectively well.
We had to let it go to find our soul. Now I see beauty in the things we knew. Just a simple magic of loving you.
So what I've done, we were not able to upload the image, but I refreshed it I added it to our folder and refreshed it from here, which is quite good. So it's a very good practice, so that when you have files in your app, the agents can look at them and be able to work on that particular functionality or that particular refinement that you are anticipating to work on.
I still feel the way you held me, like a soft fire against the winter skies. We had to let it go to find our soul.
So it's taking up some time. Let's switch to Flash, and we
Just a simple magic of loving you.
which is quite fast. Then we can be able to review.
These times are only that river flows one, but I can still pull the feel of tiger. We lessons unlearn, the air I breathe. Thank you for the part when you played my life.
This changes effectively well.
Like a soft fire against the winter skies. We had to let it go to find our soul. Now I see beauty in the things we knew. I see beauty in the things we knew. Just a simple magic of
Let's wait for those changes to pan out, and then we are going to review them well. Let's go here. So we've achieved the transparent kind of look when it comes to the card. So what we are going to do, this card is huge. We are going to decrease on its width and on its height a bit. And also we are going to change these texts. So let's do that. So the transparent look was achieved very well, the way we wanted it, but let's further reference this image. So when it comes to our card, and mostly the left hand side of the card, the transparent look was referenced very well, which is quite amazing. So what we are going to do, we are going to decrease on the width of this card, and also we are going to decrease slightly on its height to ensure that when users access this card, they can be able to view this card very well without scrolling below. Also, when it comes to the texts, the header texts that we have on the left hand side, or on the right column, where we have our text inputs, you are going to ensure that you align them in the center of the text inputs from the right, in the center of the text inputs from the right to the left, and also ensure that the texts that are below the text inputs, you also align them in the center of the text input boxes from the right of the boxes to the left, so that they are very systematically aligned very well. Full stop. When it comes to the edges or the border radius of our card, when you look at the reference image, it has a border radius that is not that is quite slim when it comes to its width. So look at the reference image in terms of the border that we have for our border radius of the card, and ensure that we include the border radius to our card. So let's continue to make those changes. For the people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to our stream and join the journey. We are on the journey of setting up authentication for our app, and currently we've set up this screen. We added an image to it below, and we've upgraded our card, so you can be able to view this kind of card on this side, which is kind of uplifted. But I'm trying to ensure that we add so it has been set up very well. So we are going to increase on the shadow effect of this card. We're going to increase on the shadow effect so that the edges of the card can be visible. So we are also going to we're also going to change these texts. Now let's make these few refinements. So the first one, so change this text to only sign up. Change this text to work platform. Then the other change that we are going to make, it is a shadow effect. Add increase on the intensity, on the intensity of the shadow effect of the uplifted card, so that the edges of this card are visible. So what we are going to do next, we are going to ensure that this text below is removed. Delete this particular text. So let's delete that. Let's continue to make these changes, and then we will review them. So if you've just joined, we are working on a tool automation tool, and we are setting up its authentication, but at the same time we are ensuring that its back-end logic is set up very well. So what we started with is by setting out our project in a it is by setting up our project in Firebase effectively well. Where we've set up the authentication, we've set up a Firestore, and we've also set up a storage. And now what we are working on, it is primarily the authentication. And after setting up the authentication very well, we are going to continue with the setup of the storage. And we are going to do that with Firebase storage in conjunction with Firestore. So these changes that we requested were made. Let's look at our platform. Yeah, what I wanted. So below there is a text that we are going to change. What I wanted us to have this kind of card. Because when you look at this card, when you look at it, it is uplifted very well from the ground image. Yes, the image is transparent, but it is uplifted very, very well. So the elements are visible. When you look at the elements that are below are visible, but also the ones that are above are also visible. So we did that with inclusion of logical of the shadow effect. So after that, what I want this. I want the left-hand side to take up 50%, but also this side to take up 50%. Also, let's first of all go back to our images here. Because I believe we have our logo. We have our logo here, which I'm going to reference. So that is the logo that is that we are going to replace when it comes to a certain text that is not even viewable. Let's make some changes. Now you've set up the elements very well. Now when it comes to how much space the left hand column and the right hand column of the card take up, each of them is supposed to take up 50% of the space. So you are going to refine that. So let's copy this text that is below. So for the elements that we have, which are below the button, we have an icon and the text. We are going to replace that with our exact logo, which I'm going to reference here. And we are also going to change the text that we have to you need to ensure that this text is not so huge in terms of the font size. You're going to decrease on the font size to be relatively small, but ensure that the size of the logo is quite huge and visible. So let's make those refinements. Let's make the refinements, and I'll be able to review them. So let's continue with. So this is what we have. We earlier had just a simple screen, but now we've transformed each and everything to have this beautiful look of the sign up and sign up form. Sometimes one of the things that is very important, it is that screen that ushers in the users. So you need to make it as appealing as possible to ensure that everything really reflects well and gives a very good user experience to the people who are using the platform. So I'm making those few changes, then we are going to proceed. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe so that you can be able to follow along on whatever we are doing for the automation of this very platform that you're working on, but also for the subsequent projects that we are working on, which include the education app that we are about to launch to the store and other upcoming projects that we are going to work on. This week we are starting on a brand new React Native app. We are also going to launch that app. We are going to start on it this very week from the stream that is going to happen tomorrow same time. So please be around so that we can walk through this journey and be able to work on the various elements for that particular app. And I believe along the way you're also going to learn lots and lots of things. So please, if you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe and follow the journey. So let's include this image that you already have. So for the people who have just joined, I'm working on the authentication. And the whole summer back end of the app. It's a tour platform. So this is a tour automation platform that you're working on. So the image was integrated, but I'm not able to view it. So this is our image that we have. We've already set up the sign up screen. This is sign up screen. So when we click here, we are redirected to the login screen. Same setup, same card. I believe we need to decrease just a bit on a I believe we need to decrease a bit on the height of this card. Let's just make that refinement and then we can continue. And also ensure that the width of this logo. This logo currently, the logo has been set up, but the height that is taking up is quite something that we can make a refinement to. So let's make this request. Thank you so much for the integration of the logo. Now, when I looked at the logo, I believe you can be able to make some adjustments when it comes to decreasing on the height that it is taking up and increase on its width so that the logo is much more visible. Also, when it comes to the whole summer height of the uplifted card, please try to decrease on the height of the uplifted card to ensure that we don't have to scroll below to view the whole uplifted card. It needs to be viewable without scroll. So please make those few refinements. So this is the card I'm trying to make refinements to. I want to first of all decrease on its height so that I don't have to scroll to go below to access it. But I also want to ensure that the height of this is kind of decreased and the width is stretched a bit. I think that's going to be the final change that we are going to make when it comes to the sign up and login. Then we are going to log in, and or rather we are going to create another file that is going to first of all make a complete logic. So let it load, and then we'll be able to view. So the height is still we're going to decrease it further. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe and get to join our community. And so we are further going to decrease on the height of the transparent card. Currently, when we view the screen, the lower elements of the card are not viewable. We first have to scroll, so we need to decrease on the height of the uplifted card to ensure that we can view it in full without scrolling below. So please. As a senior engineer, I want you to look at that and be able to fix and a decrease on the height of the uplifted card effectively. So let's work on that and be able to make that refinement. Someone asked if I was working with convex yet, but I'm effectively working, setting up this with Firebase. So first of all, I want to fix the height issue. Oh, this was not fixed the way I wanted it. I'm going to revert this. Let's try to use Gemini Pro and rerun this so that we can fix it effectively. So let me fix this.
Un bajo profundo y palpitante. Entra con un ritmo de Latin House clásico y un cencerro energético. Sí, mantén esa energía justo ahí. Solo tú y el cielo.
Let's make these modifications and then we are going to review them and get to understand how let's go here. Yeah, this is much more better because what I wanted to be able to view these in a much more better way. So to me this is good. It's much more better. So now that we've initially set up this screen, first of all, let's try to log in because we've already set up. These are our login. I think we need to fix the color of the text input. Let's fix that, and then we so that these are quite visible, the background color. So we are going to change the background color of the text input fields for the login and sign up forms. Change that background color to black so that we are able to view the details that you are entering. Keep the text color for the details that are entered in white, but ensure that the background color of the text input fields is changed to black. So let's refine that because currently, yes, we can be able to view the details, but it's straining. It's not it's kind of grayish, so we need to change that at least to let's make those changes very well, and then we can continue. The sign up, it has updated one text like this one. So let's look at these ones, which is the email field and the password field, to update it, their background color. For the sign up screen, the text input fields for the email and for the password, the background color for these text input fields was not updated. Black. Let's update them and I will review the changes. So let's continue to make those updates. After that specific update, we are going to go and lay groundwork for most of the modifications that we are going to work on. We've made the changes. We wanted this to be in black. So we've set up our authentication, which works very well. We can be able to which works very well. You can be able to input details and sign up. So we've signed up. Let's log out and try to log in with this very same email. Let's go here to the login. Use this very email to log in. So we are able to log in. I believe that functionality, we've already set it out very well. Now what we are going to do, when we look at most of these functionalities that we have, we've already set up various functionalities, which include creating the itineraries, emails, being able to host safaris, track them, make reservations for them, then be able to have access to various elements in our accommodation. So what we want to create a granular system where we can be able to to store this information effectively well, not on the local storage, because currently we had set for demonstration purposes, we had set it up on our computer local storage. So we are going to change that to store this information with Firebase storage, and I believe we are going to do that in conjunction with Firebase Firestore. So let's first of all go and create a prompt here. Before we create the prompt, I want us to create another file here. Call it Intuga. Backend .md. It's going to be an MD file. We are going to refresh that, because first of all, what we want, we've already set up the authentication now. So we are going to inform the agent that the authentication has been set up very well. Now we are going to ensure that each and every process of our app, when it comes to storage, is also set up very well in Firebase. So let's give these instructions. Now we've completed the setup of the authentication. When it comes to Firebase, it has been set up very well. Now what you're going to work on, we are going to work on a complete setup of our back-end system using Firebase storage and Firebase Firestore. And below are the requirements of what you are going to do. Semicolon. So when it comes to the file that I've referenced, which is the Entuga backend file, I want you to look at, as a senior engineer, I want you to look at the functionalities that we have for each of our screens. So you're going to go and look at this in a chronological order, from the dashboard to the accommodation. And under each screen, I want you to identify and list each and every element and functionality that requires integration in terms of storage, and which requires referencing in terms of setting up functionalities for Firestore. This means that in this document, you are going to effectively and extensively give me details of what we need to work on each and every screen. Remember, our screens, and we have a complex system that has various functionalities. For each and every screen, you are going to list all the functionalities that we have there, and how we are supposed to integrate them effectively well. So first of all, before we go any further, let's go back. Let's go here to the Firebase Firestore, where we already have our rules set up. Here we have our rules set up. So let's go here. I'm going to create some files here, which is the Firestore.rules. So to this file, I'm going to add the current rules that we have. I'm also going to create another file, which is called the Firebase. Storage.rules. So let's I think first of all save this. So let's give further instructions here. So what we are going to do, I've referenced the Firestore rules file, and those are the current rules that we have. So what you're going to do is that after you create the previous file, you refine information for each screen in the previous file, you will, in the implementation plan, you will be able to make an update to this specific file for Firestore rules and ensure that the current rules for authentication are maintained as they are. But what you're going to set up is that you're going to ensure that we have rules set up for each and every screen to ensure that we can be able to integrate the various elements of our screen and this information effectively well into our Firebase storage system, but also to ensure that we have set up the right rules for each and every functionality. In our project here, you are going to create another file, and that file should also detail the rules for Firebase storage. And this will be done with the complete understanding of each and every screen, its functionalities, and its storage requirements. Let's go to the fourth one. Now, I want you to, first of all, work to create the first document, which is the Entuga backend document. And then from that, you are going to create a standard and detailed implementation plan that is going to use the structure of our master plan as seen in the document referenced here. So let's reference our master plan, and you are going to ensure that all the above requirements are set up in the implementation plan. So you are going to create the Entuga backend document, then also provide me with this implementation plan. After me reviewing the extensive implementation plan that you're going to set up, then from there we shall continue to make the necessary refinements and logic and setting up each and everything to ensure that we have the right kind of rules and that we can be able to upload our content effectively well to our Firebase app that we've set up. So let's continue. If you've just joined, we are trying to work on two elements. Today we've already worked on the authentication, which is already set up with Firebase, and we are also working on ensuring that each and every content that we put in, text related content and images, which is mostly the content that we are storing for our app, that it is stored well with Firebase storage and Firestore. Most of the text related information is going to be organized in Firestore, but when it comes to storage, we are going to store the information using Firebase storage. We've already set up this file, which is the Firestore.rules, and we've added the current rules that we have, which are mostly for the authentication that we've already set up. We are also going to, we've given instruction to the agent to create another file for the Firebase storage like that, and also be able to look at the granular functionalities of each and every screen that we have in our app, so that we can set up the right rules for these screens. So if we have a complete rules file system, then it becomes easier. We can be able to test out each functionality as we update these rules. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please join this journey. We are on the journey to hit $500,000 from Vibe coded apps, and we are showcasing this journey for learning purposes. First of all, to be able to learn from you effectively on what you're already doing with the creation of your apps, but also I believe that the people who are going to subscribe, they're going to learn a lot, as this is a process. So throughout the process, we shall learn a lot, but also we shall be able to hit our targets in terms of what we've set out. So if you want to join the journey, if you enjoy it, if you want to learn, I'm going to appeal to you again. Please subscribe and join this community effectively. So the files are being created. So having these files are the firestore.rules and for the storage, it is very standard, because if you don't have them, then it's going to be very hard for the agent to understand the current rules that we have and how it can be able to modify that in terms of the required functionality. So we've set it up very well, and we are going to continue to review the implementation plan. So let's go here and look at, let's first of all accept these changes because we need these files. Now let's look at the implementation plan, because it's so the task is to integrate Firebase storage and Firestore into the Entuga Safari application to persist user data, itineraries, properties, reservations, and evaluations across sessions. Currently, the application uses local storage to mock data persistence for properties, itineraries, and live tracking. A full back-end integration using Firebase is required. An analysis has been performed on major screens. So it has performed an analysis on the dashboard, on the accommodation, itineraries, costings, evaluations, and tracking, and documented it in our Entuga backend profile. So the issue is that we are going to ensure that this is set up for users to access the various elements and of this app with the Firebase set up effectively. So it has set up the implementation plan. It's quite extensive. It's going to write documents in Firebase for the dashboard, for the accommodation, for the itineraries, reservations, hostings, evaluations, tracking. So that is set up very well. Let's review the other file. So we are making someone asked which mode I'm using. I'm using Gemini 3.1. So let's go further and review this document. So this document it outlines the details of the background requirements for integrating Firebase storage and Firestore across all screens. So the information for the dashboard has been laid out very well. For the accommodation, it has been laid out very well. The requirement for the itineraries, it has also been laid out very well. For information, so when it comes to the reservations, also the information has been laid out very well. The costings also, the information is there that we have it very well. And for the evaluations and tracking. So given that we already have this implementation plan, let's approve it. Let's proceed. I've gone through it and it's quite solid. So let's proceed. So let's set up this So what we are going to validate after, and be able to review what we've done. What we are working on is that we are trying to change the backend logic for our app. Currently, we are using local storage, but now we are shifting that to Firebase to ensure that everything is set up with Firebase. So mostly what I've identified with Firebase, Firebase mostly its layout comes out well when you write extensively rules for each and every functionality. So it comes down to how you're going to structure the rules for Firestore, but most importantly also for storage. So that is the most important thing that we are going to set out. But let it first look at the whole context of our app, get to set up that logic so that our front end gets to understand the logic that we are setting up for the back end. Then from there we shall be able to update the rules after it has done the modifications. Then from that end we will be able to go from functionality to functionality to test if what we've set up really works. So it's setting up. As it's setting up, we are going to continue to wait out and be able to review that. So let's wait, because it's a complex system. There are different kinds of functionalities, so it's going to take some time out to structure them out all, and then after that we shall go element by element. If there are changes that we need to make, we shall be able to make those effectively well, but you're going to let it complete out. For the people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe so that you can be able to follow along. We are working on setting up the backend logic, the full backend logic for our tour automation app. We've worked on this tour app for the past live streams that we've done, and we started with setting it out and the functionalities that we need, but we also needed to view that most of these functionalities work. So that's why we first set up a local backend so that the information was being stored on my PC. And now we are trying to change that to ensure that we build a real backend for it by the use of Firebase. We've already worked on the authentication, which is quite good, and we've worked on that with the functions set up with Firebase authentication and Firestore. And in Firestore, when we are authenticated, we are able to view the people who have signed up for the app. And we are also going to set up the storage, which is currently what we are setting up. We are using Gemini 3.1 Pro to set up this.
pero aquí estamos. Visión clara, lo que tanto buscamos. Me gusta cómo vibra esta realidad. Mirando al frente con seguridad. No hace falta duda.
So let's continue. And we get to see after the completion what we've set up. So what it is trying to set up are mostly these functionalities that we are listed in our Entuga backend file. So on the look of it, how I see these screens, it's going screen by screen to be able to set out everything perfectly well. So let's set that up and we shall continue. So let's continue with this setup, and then from there we shall look at it and get to review everything very well. So when it came to the costings, the refinements were quite extensive because we have a huge file, and in terms of the costings, people are able to do the costings from the costing screen there. Everything has been integrated there, so it becomes quite easy, but also it's quite extensive in terms of the modifications that have been made. So let's wait out for these modifications to be done, and then we can be able to review. For the people who have just joined, we are working on setting up modifications for this platform. This is the Entuga platform, which enables us to generate various itineraries. Currently, we're not able to view the ones because the ones that we had were stored here locally, so we are trying to revamp that so that we can be able to view these effectively well. So this is how the itineraries appear with mostly the layout of elements, which looks quite great, and it's a great display for these elements. So we are trying to integrate that these stored information that we have here for the itineraries, emails, costings, trackings, reservations, evaluations, and accommodations, they're all integrated into our Firebase backend system. And it's taking up some good time, but I believe it's going to accomplish that. For the people who have not yet subscribed to the platform, I'm going to call upon you to please do. Please subscribe, and then you can be able to follow along. So now the agent has finished with the setup of you the walkthrough and be able to look at what we've done effectively. So you're getting this error, but I believe for us to identify where it's coming from, we need to first of all go and look at our Firestore rules. So these are the updated rules. Remember, we had initial rules that we had set up. Let's first of all go and make changes to these. So let's publish this. So we published the updated rules. They are published. It says it's going to take up to a minute for the functionality to work. Let's go back and look for the storage rules. So these ones for storage, we are also going to copy them. And you are going to go to Firebase storage here. So these are the current default rules that are there. We are going to remove them. We are going to populate the ones that we have. Let's first of all save these changes. And let's look at the modifications that we've made. It has made modifications to the accommodations. It has updated mostly all of the functionality. So let's reload our app and check what we have made updates to. When it comes to this, I want to, we have no reference itinerary, so that means we are going to set up this afresh. Let me go here and look at our folder. In our app, we have some images that we can use here. So that means we are setting up this afresh. So let me add a few elements for most of these days so that we can review them. what I'm trying to do is that I'm going to go screen by screen, and this is the first screen where we have to test various functionality. So let's save that. Let's go to the second day. I'm going to do it very fast. Set up the dates. So it's going to be 16th of 2026. Let's go here. Add some of these. Let's go to the third day. So I'm only going to set up the initial one for 4 days so that we can be able to review that. Let's upload another image for the 4th day. Try to add these icons. So I think these days I would not updated the dates. Let's update the date also for this day effectively. Well, then from there I'm going to review Firestore on whether these changes have been made. So that is what we have. Let's finalize this. So let me change the name.
Check the frequency. Gray slabs, trap the heat. Boots crunch on broken glass.
So
Keep the mind sharp, cold blade style. Scavengers hunt where the metal pipes rust. Industry vultures circling the block. I maintain a stance, feet planted deep. Brick walls talk, but I don't listen. Mathematics up.
so this is the error that I'm getting.
Focus in the blood.
Let's
Hold the vision tight, don't let it slip. Timberland prints in the slushy suit. Mental fortress, doors
go here.
shut. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Every breath is a heavy weight. Stay awake, no rest for the woke soul.
I'm getting this error when I'm saving.
The mind's the weapon. Pay thicket, stay alert. Grace
And itinerary.
keep the focus, never deviate. Still will watch the heavens rotate.
How can I fix this?
Hardcore rhythms for the enlightened few. Reject the fake, the shiny, the new. Analyze the pattern of the street fight. Analyze the pattern of the street fight. Black ink bleeding on the page tonight. No soft edges, only jagged lines. Build in a temple in the ruins of time. They sell out for $1 in a name. I remain solid, immune to the game. Crushing the weak flows with a heavy palm. I
So I think it's failing to save a certain image. So let me look at where the problem could be coming from. And then we shall be able to fix that. Let's look at what it is analyzing. This is the file that it has set up that it is analyzing. I don't know what was set up in terms of the size requirements for the I think it has made a complete so we are going to make modifications. I believe that some of the images that we have are quite large in terms of the size, so it's going to make modifications to that, so that we are able to post out those images very well. So for the people who have just reported, we are setting up our authentication for our app, and we are also setting up storage for our app. Currently, we had a Logic, which was local storage for storing our information, but now we are flipping that to ensure that the information we have is stored effectively with a Firebase Firestore and Firebase storage. So these are the modifications that we are making changes to ensure that everything is set up very well. If you love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to please follow what we do on a daily basis, and by that I'm going to appeal to you to please subscribe to this channel so that you can follow along, and I believe in the process you're going to learn lots of things, but I'm also going to learn lots of things from you, because I believe some of you are already doing this, and there is a way you are already approaching your style of vibe coding. So with us growing a community, I believe we can be able to learn from each other and also grow in our journeys to create profitable products. So if you want to be part of this journey, if you want to see it unfold, or if you want to join in for any other reason, like you want to fully get acquainted, for the people who have not yet started working on various products, particularly using Google Anti-Gravity, you can be able to follow this journey by subscribing. Thank you. So let's wait for these modifications to be made, then we can be able to review them. So let's wait for it to finish up.
Never forget the source. Roots deep in the mud, branches touching the sky. Know yourself, feel the way. Knowledge is the way out. Way out. Armor made of history, shielding from the storm. Ancestors in the smoke, watching while I climb. They watching, know the code. Deep roots, don't forget, don't forget.
The images currently we're not able to save images due to the size, so these refinements are being made in several files that are connected to this logic so that we can review that and ensure that when we save our itineraries effectively. I'm still waiting for the final result in terms of the modifications that are being made. Given that we are our system is quite complex, so it's taking time to make these refinements. But let's review them after they have been made.
Baby, tell me your last price. I see the way you move for this song. Market people, they shout my name, oh, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you, make we bargain, make we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head, oh. Sun hot for Balogun today. Sweat they run for my skin. I carry my load, I carry my bag. Then I see you for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain. Come on, you fine. You don't even look my side, just the price the dry fish. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting I come by. I forget, oh. Baby, tell me your last
So it is still generating. This it's taking out some time, so we're going to wait and be able to review that very well.
But your voice be like song, Last price, yeah.
So it is still working. We are going to wait, and I think it has completed. We already have the walkthrough file. Let me go through it. The people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to subscribe to this stream so that you can be able to follow along on what we get to do on a daily basis. So currently we are working on the Firebase integration for storage, and we had a challenge that we're not able to save images effectively well. And when it comes to the walkthrough, the agent that we've been using here in Google Anti-Gravity, powered by Gemini 3 Flash, has been working to resolve this. So we've received the walkthrough that it has fixed the document limit, and it has integrated storage.ts to handle image uploads to Google Cloud effectively well. The itinerary builder is also going to check that. So the real-time tracking, it has switched it from local storage to Firestore using the on-spot short functionality. So let's go and first of all review these images, because we are not able to upload them effectively well. So this is our itinerary that we've updated. So we will click here. Let's first of all, before we get away from there, let's first of all look at Firestore itself, because I believe it's supposed to create a document for that. So we've not had that document. Is returning the same issue, error. So let's first of all reload this. Let's reload this. And just re-upload the images. Not going to make so many changes here for test testing purposes, we are just going to
Where the pavement meets the spirit. Ancestral rhythm is the only way I hear it. My posture is a geometry of ancient cedar. Internal climate shifting like a heavy-handed leader. The rain is just a lecture for the thirsty. I manifest the mercy when the sky gets murky. Gravity is a strategy to test my marrow. Keeping the vision focused and the path narrow. I don't bend for the trend or the gale. My skin is like a scale or a suit of mail. The mathematics of the sap rising in the trunk, drowning out the junk in the rhythmic funk. My foundation is a sovereign state of mind, leaving every bitter winter far behind. It's the climb through the grime to the light. Keep reaching. Every branch is a prayer for the height. Steady now. Weathering the season till the fruit is ripe. Manifest the essence in the middle of the fight. The calendar is just a circle of survival. Each fallen leaf marks a brand new arrival. I shed the ego like the bark on the birch. Finding the truth without a steeple or a church. The wind is a critic, but the roots are a fact. Keeping my integrity, my soul intact. My canopy is wide, catching every vibration. A natural liberation for a tired nation. I calculate the patience in the rings of the wood. Doing what I should, exactly where I stood. No shortcuts to the summit of the canopy. The sky is the only thing that can handle me. It's weathering the season till the fruit is ripe. Manifest the essence in the middle of the fight. Just keep growing. Don't mind the storm. It's just water. It's just wind. The essence is eternal. Peace. Peace. Manifest. One.
Sí, mantén esa energía justo ahí. Solo tú y el cielo. Y el cielo. Vamos. Siente la corriente al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor. Siente la corriente al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado el pulso urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor. El aire está frío pero quemamos por dentro. Seda fina, bebiendo de tu copa. Me gusta cómo me miras al bailar, fijando tu vista, entrando en el ritmo. No hace falta hablar, que el bajo se exprese, buscando la vibra que el mundo desea. Esta es la parte, me acerco a me gusta. Lo que más, sí, me gusta más. Siente la corriente al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor. Siente la corriente al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado el pulso urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor. Abajo todo es
so let's continue to try and
dueños del
make this upload.
dueños de la noche, te ves tan bien bajo la luz plateada. Todo va rápido, pero lo hacemos bien. Olvida el resto, miran desde afuera. Sigue la corriente, disfruta el viaje. Mi piel es sal, tu aliento en mi cuello, dándote lo que esperabas. Más alto que la luna, girando en el lugar. No me sueltes más. Aquí somos libres, libres, tan libres. No me sueltes. Siente la corriente al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor.
And so let's continue.
Al tocarnos tú y yo. Bajo las estrellas nunca es demasiado el pulso urbano. En nuestros pies fluyendo suave, subiendo el calor. Así mismo.
So it is saying Firebase storage user does not have the permission to access this image. Let me first of all look at what we have. Let's load here, and then go to the storage and get to see if either one of these images was uploaded. It wasn't. So let's take this very notification too. So let's accept this and put in a request. So these are the errors that we are getting when it comes to when we are trying to upload an image using the itinerary builder. So it says we don't, the user does not have permission. Can you please look into our Firestore rules and fire storage rules to ensure that the logic that has been set up syncs very well, and to ensure that the users who are authenticated have the permissions to upload images effectively. So let's make those refinements, and we'll be able to review. Let's make those changes. Currently, we got an error which is permissions related. I believe it is mostly Firestore rules that we need to update. So let's make those changes. And be able to review that effectively well. Some updates have been made. Let's wait for it to accomplish, and then we test out again. Let's wait for the completion, then we shall be able to review. So it has made some changes to the itinerary build and storage rules. So that means I'm going to review. The walkthrough and also update the new rules. So let's look at the walkthrough. It has made some updates. Let's look at the storage rules, the new ones that have been updated. It has made some updates. Let's get this and go and update. The rules. So it has updated these rules of with the size of 20. I think we can update this to 100 MB so that we have allowance for most of these images. Because at least most of the images can not go beyond 100 MB. So let's update that for all of these from here, and then let's go and test it out. So let's reload this and then we can test. So it has been uploaded. So let's save that for day 1. Let's go to day 2. I think the issue was related to the size. Let's just pick this. It's a better one. Let's upload that. So that one has also been updated. So let's update this. For the people who have not yet joined our community, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. We are working on this platform, but currently what we are working on the storage logic to ensure that most of the images that we store here with our itinerary builder are stored very well. So we are going to test out most of the functionalities for the images. We are going to test this out, but we're also going to go to the accommodation and be able to test out uploads of images from there. So let's save this. So it has been saved very well. Let's finalize this. I'm not going to put any other details. I just wanted to check this one first. So let's finalize this. So it says itinerary finalized and saved. Well, let's go here. This is our itinerary that we've saved. These are the images that we've saved to Firebase. This is how they look. This is how it looks. It's amazing. So now let's go back here to Firestore and look at first of all the itineraries, because we are supposed to have a document for here for the itinerary. So we have this document set out very well, which is using the ESU number, and it has set it out very well. So these are the days and the information that we have in our itinerary builder form. It has been populated very well for the different days. For the ones where we did have information like the accommodation, it has been marked to null. That means we can be able to make updates to it. So that means the itineraries are being saved very well in Firestore, but also we want to look at the images, how they are stored. So this is the folder. It has been created programmatically, given that we had already set out the rules. So the images are saved up very well. The images are being saved up very well, which is amazing. And I believe the issue for the image has been resolved. So for the people who have watched us do this, we've been setting up the storage for the images. I've checked and the images are there. Let's first of all look at these images. So these are the images that we have here, which are the very images that we have in our itinerary. They're already stored here in Firebase storage, which is quite great. It's good to be able to view them from here, which is quite good. So what I did, I changed the size allocation of these images to up to 100 MB so that it can be able to allocate the images that are really quite huge. I believe we won't be having images that will exceed 100 MBs. So at least with that, they can be able to upload images effectively well. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe and join our stream. We are working on the back end of the app and setting up each and everything very well. So please subscribe to continue with this. Now let's first of all test out the images when it comes to the accommodation. Let's go to the accommodation section, because there on that very form of the accommodation we also have to upload images. So let's test it out here. So these are the accommodations that we had earlier. And first of all, what I want to test out is whether these images are being uploaded very, very well. So let's enter these details for this accommodation. So we have these images here. Let's just pick one. And submit it here. So it's here, but I'm not sure whether it has been integrated. If not, let's go to the Firestore, because it is supposed to show itineraries here, rather on the Firestore. Let's go on Firestore, and it's supposed to show the document for the properties. So it has entered this information effectively well. Given that we have it here in properties, let's go in storage. Let me refresh this. And checking these folders, because remember we had 4 images for each of these folders, but I'm seeing the itineraries. When it comes to the storage for the accommodation, they entered, but in the storage, so I believe when it comes to the storage of the images, we are able to currently store images for the itineraries effectively well. And I need us to make some modifications. Currently, when I go to the itineraries, the images are stored very well in terms of the days, following the logic for the days of the itineraries. So the images are populated very well in the folder 1, which means for day 1, then 2 for day 2, then 3 for day 3, then 4 for day 4, which is very good. But when it comes to logic, understanding that we are going to have very many itineraries, that means that when it comes to storage of these images, we need to add another folder to ensure that we have the itineraries folder, which is the main folder, and within the itineraries folder, we are able to name these itineraries based on their trip ID. And inside the folder of that particular trip ID, that is where we put these images in the perfect folders, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like how they are named. So we are going to just fix a little bit of that in terms of the folder arrangement for the images. Given that we already have them, we are going to fix that. Full stop. So we are also going to fix logic. Currently, when I uploaded an image with the accommodation, information was saved very well for that image, for that upload in Firestore, but I wasn't able to view that image in Firebase storage. We need to fix that to ensure that the logic for the accommodation is set up so that we can save these accommodations very well, and the images are stored effectively in the accommodations folder in the Firebase storage. You also need to work on that and fix it very well. So let's refresh our master prompt. So now that we've set up instructions for this request, you're going to arrange it in an implementation plan using the logic structure in our master prompt to ensure that I can be able to view the detailed setup of this prompt, approve it, and then we'll make the necessary changes. Yeah, for the people who have just joined the stream, we are working on the back-end logic for our app. We earlier worked on the authentication. We set up the screens very well. Currently, we are working on setting up the uploads for images very well. So we've earlier worked on the upload for the images that are attached to each day on the itinerary. That one we've worked on it, and now we are working on the logic for the uploading images when it comes to the accommodation. Later, we are going to also look at uploading the profile image, how we can fix that. And if it is all fixed, then we can be able to go into other functionalities and review them effectively well. So if you love the content that we put out, I'm going to call upon you to humbly subscribe to the stream. That way you are supporting our journey, you are supporting the journey to hit $500,000, and that starts with subscribing, being able to have access to the various and subsequent streams that we are going to continue to do. And I believe we are going to keep on updating how we get to do this stream, and the experience for you on each and every new day is going to be much more better. So let's wait for it to load. So what I'm working on is to ensure that these images are stored very well, but most importantly, so let's work on that. Let's work on that as we wait to review what has been done. What we are working on, we want to ensure that all these elements are set up very well, so that each and everything is linked up in a much more better way. So we are looking at the logic for storing images. We already have the implementation plan of the changes that are going to be made. Let's make them and review that. The people who have not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you, please subscribe to this stream. It's the freest thing. It's one of the most important things that you can be able to do for me on this journey. And I believe that I'm going to continue to update the information on how we get to do the streams, the various elements that we are going to work on to ensure that you have a better experience. So please subscribe and join the community. If you have any questions, the comment section, it's very the chat section, it's very much open. You can ask anything, you can comment anything, and like the video also, so that it goes out to very many other people who might want to get access to this very information. So now the storage rules have been updated. Let's accept these changes. Let's accept the other changes. We still have an error here. Let's send this and solve it. So as it is solving that, let me get these new storage rules. Go to the rules here. So let's remove these and update them. Let's accept these changes and go back and review what we are working on. So let's input a fresh entry.
Syncopated like the pain. Read a book, bought a vest. Spirit tough as iron, spirit tough as iron.
So let's enter this one.
Facing every single ghost. Success is a lonely hill, but I brought the whole tribe. Education is the fire. Burn the lies away. Simple truth, heavy bass.
I've selected the image. Let's submit this property and look at it. Let's go back to our storage and get to review if these changes were made effectively well. This information is available. So currently the images is showing entries from the images folder. It is not really uploading the images. So let's fix that, because I've just seen it. It's still using the local storage. Yes, the rules have been set up, but when it comes to the accommodation screen, is still using the local storage. Let's fix that. So I think I have made identification of the challenge that we have when it comes to storing I think I've made identification of the challenge of storing images for the accommodation. Screen. Currently, the logic is that the uploaded images as seen in the Firestore record are stored in our images local folder. This is the reason as to why there is no properties folder for images, and given that the local storage logic is still set up in our accommodations screen, we need to fix this to ensure that the uploaded images on the accommodation screen are stored effectively in Firebase storage under the properties folder. Let's fix this. Let's reference our master plan. So now when it comes to changes that we need to do for this specific request, I want you to update the implementation plan to create a new implementation plan that will cater for these specific changes and ensure that it follows the structure laid out in our master prompt. Then I'm going to approve it and we'll make the changes. So let's make those changes effectively. I've just discovered that when it comes to the itineraries, it's set up very well. When you look at this document and you look at the image reference, so it's a Firebase URL. That means it links you to where it is stored. And even when you go to storage, everything is set up very well. The images, you can be able to look at them. This is the itineraries folder. You can look at the images. But when it comes to, let's go back to Firestore. When you look at the properties, yes, the document is written very well, but it's referencing this image from the local storage, which is not good, because if you lose this image from the local storage, that means you won't be able to access it and it's going to distort your setup. We need to ensure that these images are uploaded, and that is what we are making. So if you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please click the subscription button, subscribe, and get to support this journey in that way. we've set up each and everything very well. So let's proceed and make that change. So let's wait for this element to be fixed, and then we can be able to review it.
Planet firm where the pavement meets the spirit. Ancestral rhythm is the only way I hear it. My posture is a geometry of ancient cedar. Internal climate shifting like a heavy-handed leader. The rain is just a lecture for the thirsty. I manifest the mercy when the sky gets murky. Gravity is a strategy to test my marrow. Keeping the vision focused and the path narrow. I don't bend for the trend or the gale. My skin is like a scale or a suit of mail. The mathematics of the sap rising in the trunk, drowning out the junk in the rhythmic funk. My foundation is a sovereign state of mind, leaving every bitter winter far behind. It's the climb through the grime to the light. Every branch is a prayer for the height. Weathering the season till the fruit is ripe. Manifest the essence in the middle of the fight. The calendar is just a circle of survival. Each fallen leaf marks a brand new arrival. I shed the ego like the bark on the birch, finding the truth without a steeple or a church. The wind is a critic, but the roots are a fact. Keeping my integrity, my soul intact. My canopy is wide, catching every vibration. A natural liberation for a tired nation. I calculate the patience in the rings of the wood. Doing what I should, exactly where I stood. No shortcuts to the summit of the canopy. The sky is the only thing that can handle me. A centipede past the logic of the common ground. Silent as a seed, making a holy sound. It's the climb through the grime to the light. Every branch is a prayer for the height.
I think it's completing the set out. So I'm going to review. But it's working on effectively well. So let me try to upload a new entry, and then I'll review it after. Let's enter the figures here. So let me try to upload an image here. So it has been uploaded effectively. Let's submit this entry. So this is our new entry. So what we are going to check for, let's continue with Kim. Let's continue with the content that we are setting out. Now that we are able to upload this image effectively well, let's reload this. I want to check out the entry that we made. First of all, I'm going to check in Firestore to view if that entry was made very well, and I'm also going to look at the link of its image. So far we've made these 3 entries. Now this is the last entry that we made. When we look at it, for it has an image, a Firebase image. So that means these images were set out very well. Let's go in storage. So let's look at storage. We must be able to have that folder. Yeah, we already have the folder, which is the accommodations folder. And with the accommodations folder, we are able to view our image, which is this image. When we go back to our content, this is what we made, the last one that we made. So that means the entries for these images for the accommodation has been sorted. Now, the other element that we need to sort out, it is that we need to be able to update the user profile image. So let's go here in our logic, and we are going to set it out very well. Let's input the logic. Now, when it comes to setting up image uploads, now we've set out the logic for the accommodations, uploading images on the accommodation screen very well. We've also set up logic for uploading images successfully on the itineraries. What you are going to set up now, it is the upload of the images, rather being able to update the profile image, and that profile image will populate very well on our screen, and also on the sidebar where there are, we have our screen tabs. So now what we are going to do, I want you to look at the setup of the elements and the screens where we are supposed to set our upload this image from, and be able to fix that logic so that we can be able to upload these images and be able to review them effectively, and also ensure that the rules, both Firestore and storage rules, are set up very well to be able to support this upload logic for our profile images. Let's fix that part. If you've just come, we are working on the authentication of our app, but particularly we are working on the back-end logic of our app. We've already set up the authentication. We are resolving the upload of images. The elements that we have for the upload of the images, it is mostly 3 elements. For the days, we upload the images for the itineraries, but you also upload images to the accommodations, various accommodations. So we are setting that up very well, and we are also going to review each functionality screen by screen to ensure that the Firestore information in terms of the text related information that is set up is also set up very well. We've so far reviewed the itinerary screen, and now we are heading to we are finalizing with the accommodation screen itself.
Check the ledger, the price of peace. Custom armor hidden under the ostrich skin coat.
So let's wait.
In the lobby of the Plaza Hotel. Mental state like a cracked marble floor. Walking over glass in $6,000 loafers. Watch your step. Grenades hidden in the gifted bags from Paris. Artillery strikes hitting the penthouse balcony. Survival is the only brand I truly wear. Stains on the silk that never come out. Clean it up. A massacre happened in the master suite. I just bought a new house to forget. Heavy head resting on a silk pillowcase. War scars looking like expensive designer labels. Still winning.
Let it make those refinements, and then we can be able to review them. If you've not yet subscribed to the stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe, and so that you can be able to be a part of our community that we are building, a community that is going to keep me accountable until when we hit $500,000, and we are going to hit that with only vibe coded apps. So if you want to learn along the way, be part of the process, please do not hesitate to subscribe, and thank you for the subscription. So what we are working on, we are trying to review that functionality is fixed for us to update our profile image. We've worked on the update for the images that we have here. For the accommodation, it is set up very well. Now we are going to make updates to the profile images, then we can review other things.
Stitch the open wounds with pure gold thread, medals on the chest of a haunted man. Salute the survivor.
So already have the implementation plan. Let's proceed.
Fortress out of broken glass, no surrender in the middle of the luxury. Never fold. I own the demons, they used to own me. Now they work the door at the party. The war never ends. It just gets more expensive. Sign the check. We good.
And ensure that everything is set up very well.
Check the frequency. 1 2 1 2. Gray slabs trap the heat. Boots crunch on broken glass bits. Keep the mind
So it's making modifications
scavengers hunt where the metal pipes rise.
effectively well, and then we are going to
I main tree vultures circling the block. I maintain a stance, feet planted deep. Brick walls talk
ensure that everything is set up for us to be able to update the profile images.
hold the vision tight. Don't let it slip. Timberland prints in the slushy soup. Mental fortress, doors bolted shut. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Every breath is a heavy weight. Stay awake, no rest for the woke soul. Translate the pain into a higher code. Pave thicket, stay alert. Gray slabs, mental work. Keep the focus, never deviate. Keep the focus, never deviate. Still will watch the heavens rotate.
So let's continue to
Reject the fake, the shiny, the new.
look at
The pattern of the street.
these modifications, rather wait them out, and we shall review
Bleeding on the page tonight. No soft edges, only jagged lines. Building a temple in the ruins of time.
how they are working out.
Dollar and a name. I remain solid, immune to the game. Crushing the weak flows with a heavy palm. Eye of the storm, I remain a calm. Esoteric grit on the city's face. Look, ancestors grit, watching through the grind. Watch. Ancestors watching through grime. I manifest the truth one bar at a time. Dismantle the lies with a surgical strike. This is the life that the warriors like. Warriors.
We are just making modifications to
Stay focused.
the logic to update our profile images. We've already refined the other elements that you already have. Which is the upload of the images for the itinerary. Now our images are being stored for the itinerary. They are being stored in Firebase, and also to update the logic for the storing. We're working on the user profile, which is the last image element that we have in our app. So after that, we are only going to be reviewing various Firestore functionalities that we have in the app to be able to update them and ensure that everything is set up very well. If you don't yet like the stream, subscribe, hit the notification button, please hit them so that you never miss out on our streams. We are on the road to earn $500,000, and this process we are doing with only vibe coded apps. There is no prior technical experience as we are doing this, so we are just using the normal ways that are being used by other vibe coders to build out these apps. But I believe it's a very good learning experience for me who gets to share this, but for you also who gets to join in the stream, support me, hold me accountable, offer advice. So if you want to be a part of this community, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe, because I believe we are going to truly benefit effectively as we continue with our streams. These streams are going to go on until when we hit this figure, so you will be viewing this journey as it unfolds in real time.
12-cylinder engine screaming louder than the voices. I trade my peace for a higher profit margin. Heavy head resting on a silk pillowcase. War scars looking like expensive designer labels. Still winning, managing the chaos like a corporate board meeting. The trauma is just a tax on the crown.
It is still making changes. We are going to look at them and then review them.
Chest of a haunted man. Salute the survivor. The war is quiet, but the rent is high. Built a fortress out of broken glass. No surrender in the middle of the luxury.
So it has completed the process. Let's look at the walkthrough.
Now they work the door at the party.
So it has fixed
It just gets more expensive. Sign the check.
it has fixed the user profile management logic. So it is fetching information about the name, the role, and the profile the from a Firestore in real time, and it has set up updated the UI for the where the profile user is shown, and also updated it in the header. So let's check this information out. So it has added a profile settings screen below. So this is the screen that it has added. So let's try to upload just get a face of the person from our images, and then we upload it and we review. Let's just the thing the image upload failed. Yeah, I think we've not updated. We've not updated. It has not made updates to the current Firestore rules. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and put it there. which is the error that we are getting. But also let's go back to our storage rules, the current ones. Let's go here so that we update it in our file and reference the current rules, because they are working for other elements. Let's check them out. So let's go back here, go to the storage rules that we have. Let's update these. So let's put in the request. When I try to make an upload, update my profile image by uploading a new image, I got the above error that I've shared with you, which means that our permissions for uploading this image have not been set up. That means we need to make an update to our Firebase storage rules. So let's refresh this file. So this file that I've referenced contains the current storage rules that we have, without distorting logic that has been set for other functionalities that are not the profile logic. Ensure that you update this profile logic to allow authenticated users to upload and update their profile images. That means you're not going to distort logic, storage rules, and logic that has been set out for other functionalities. You're only going to make changes to rules that are related to the profile image. Let's first of all accept this and then run that command to make those changes. So earlier changes were made, a new screen was created for the profile, but we could not upload because our permissions were not allowing us. So we are making updates to the permissions, then we shall copy them and make sure we go and update. So we've made changes to the rules. Let me accept them. And copy them here. These are our rules. We are going to remove these. We are going to update with the new ones. let's get a sample image and try it here. First of all, let's reload this screen. And test out this. Yes, I think we've fixed this. We fixed it so we are able to So let's make those changes and save them. So it says it has been updated successfully. Let's reload this one. So yes, it has been updated. Let's go here in our file storage and so let's go here in the storage, in the files, and yes, we're now able to see the profiles folder, and this is the image that we added. This is the image that we added to our file, which is quite good. Let's go in Firestore. And I believe Firestore already, when it comes to the users, it will be showing this effectively well. So here it is. It has added the photo URL here. The role. It is saying the role is user, which is quite amazing. So now we've fixed that. When it comes to the images, so what we are going to look at after this, I want us to go and check out various elements that require entry, like the emails. So if you are making updates, is the Firestore rules really accommodating the changes that we make? Also, that is very important because the user is supposed to be able to make updates to whatever they have put out. So we are going to review that and continue. Let's first of all close anti-gravity and reopen it. Let's reopen it and open reopen this folder. So let's go back and check for the changes that we wanted to check out. So let's first run our project here. So let's run it and I'll be able to access it and go screen by screen by trying to ensure that our setup logic and Firestore rules allow for each and every functionality. If you've just joined the stream, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe. We are on our journey to hit $500,000 from Vibe Coded Apps, and this is one of the first platforms that we are working on, for which we've received payment. We are making mostly finalization in setting up the backend logic for the platform. So if you love the content that we are putting out, please follow the journey. Don't hesitate to follow the journey. We have been setting up the backend logic for this platform using Firebase. We've set up our Firestore logic and functions very well already. We've set up storage for the images that we upload using the itinerary, images that we upload when we are setting up our accommodations, and also for our profile image. And also we've set up our authentication already, so users can be able to log in using their emails. Now let's continue to check out other functionalities. If you love what we do, please try as much as possible to follow the journey, and we believe that it's going to be a very enriching journey. So now that we've finished to set up logic for adding images and everything, let's go to the emails and check them out. So now when it comes to these entries, I want to make a new entry here. Let's make a new entry. Let's just get this email link and add it here, because this functionality is supposed to help them track email inquiries from clients and track how they are responding to them effectively. So we can be able to link an itinerary to it. So let's add this tracker. And then I can be able to review the information. It is here. Let's go in a Firestore. And review that. If you've not yet subscribed, I'm going to call upon you to please subscribe, because when you subscribe, it's very important for us to understand what you are working on and be able to review that effectively well. So I think we've not yet set out that. So let's fix the logic. Now we are going to refine logic when it comes to our email screen. We need to fix logic to ensure that the information and that we set up when we are tracking emails is properly set up very well with a document in a Firestore. So we need to allow authenticated users to, first of all, add tracking details, and also we need to ensure that when it comes to the linking of the itineraries here, itineraries that are linked here, it is we need to the logic needs to return only itineraries that are stored that are already stored in Firestore. That means it's going to reference the itineraries that we've already stored according to our Firestore logic for the itineraries, and these are the itineraries that are going to be linked here, and ensure that when we add an entry in terms of a particular email that is being tracked, or the information is stored perfectly well for the emails in the emails document folder in Firestore. That means you are going to make an emails document, and under that we are going to be able to store various emails based on the entries that we are entering for tracking. So the tracking entries that we are going to make, they are going to go under the document for the emails in Firestore. So you're going to set up that very well. Now let's restructure this request to follow the prompt architecture that we have in our master prompt. And after I look at that implementation plan, we are going to be able to proceed to make these changes. So what we are setting out, this is our email tracker. Currently we have this information, but when we hit here on the track new email, we are able to make an entry, but when we make an entry, it is stored locally. So we are changing that to ensure that it's updated effectively well. So let's make changes to that. now we have the implementation plan.
Abajo todo es solo un punto pequeño. Dueños del triunfo, dueños del empeño. Se ve tan claro bajo el cielo azul. Todo es victoria.
So let it set up
Olvida los miedos quedaron atrás.
these elements very well
Mi aliento
and ensure that everything is
dando el máximo, entrando en la historia.
structured well.
Nuestra la historia. Más alto que
So we want to fix this so that the entries that we make here are recorded very well in our
aquí somos libres.
app. It is still making changes, so let's wait for it to complete.
Bajo las nubes, el éxito es real. El fuego interno arde en nuestro ser. Subiendo fuerte, nada que temer. Siente el impulso de llegar al final. Bajo las nubes, el éxito es real. El fuego interno arde en nuestro ser. Subiendo fuerte, nada que temer. Así mismo.
Sonido de estática de vinilo y un bombo pesado. Sí, es el momento. Yeah. Desde el asfalto hasta la cima. Nací entre bloques de cemento gris. Masticando el
Let's continue to make these changes.
polvo de la derrota cotidiana. No pedí permiso para entrar al juego. Cada tropiezo fue una lección de fuego. Cada tropiezo fue
Then we are going to look at what has been updated.
roto del barrio. Sin monedas pero con el hambre intacta. Miraba hacia arriba buscando el sol. Mientras mis botas se hundían en barro. Piedra lanzada como cimiento construyendo mi imperio sobre suelo inestable. La calle no perdona al que duda. Aquí la habilidad se paga con silencio. Récelo con encia un feo. Aquí la habilidad se paga con silencio. Subiendo la escalera hecha de cicatrices, del suelo al cielo, sin mirar atrás, haciendo que el dolor trabaje para mí.
The refinement.
Entrenando el que no llega armada.
Let's continue.
No dependo de la suerte ni el azar. Esto es matemática pura y sudor frío. Hoy
With looking at this refinement for the email.
motor rugiendo en mi pecho vacío.
So let's look at the email. I also want to, someone wanted to see if we had sorted out the issue of the profile. We sorted it out, but we are going to re-update a new image with that. And rather, we shall log out, log in with a new profile and update its image. And I think that will be a better practice for us to know that we've set it up very well. So let's go here, first of all, and make a new entry.
Mi nombre retumba en los callejones viejos. Hice de la caída un salto eterno y del fracaso mi mayor trofeo. Resiliencia profeo.
So I'm just pasting this image, rather the link to let me just go here and Gmail. I'm just going to get any random email, the link for it. So let me get this.
Like water for the mountain. See as they flow. The fire start to burn deep inside. The table start to turn for my side.
So let me paste that here.
I'ma see my
So I'm going to make just this. I'm going to call it trip inquiry. So it's an incoming email. Let me add this. Add to track. So when I say add to tracker, it's returning this error. Let's put this error here. And put in a request. When I tried to add a new tracker, I got this error. Can we please resolve this? Look at our emails logic and resolve this. First of all, before we do anything, that could be also unrecognizable based on our Firestore rules. So let's go to our rules here, the current rules, and we pick them from here. So we update these rules in our Firestore file. And we reference them because that is this file contains the current Firestore rules, of which the emails screen is a part of. So ensure that the Firestore rules logic for specifically the emails is set up very well in line with the logic that we have in the app. And as you are doing this, ensure that for the rest of the logic in the Firestore rules, it is maintained as it is. You are only going to update rules that relate to the email screen and how we can be able to save that information when we add a new tracker. So let's update that. But as we update that, let's look at let's log out first of all, because this one we shall come back and be able to pick those details and updates. Let's log out first of all. Let's log in. Let's log in with another email which we have not, which does not have a profile screen. Let's go below here to the new profile logic that was set up, and what we are checking is if we are able to update profile images very well. We updated it and it worked, but I wanted to demonstrate it for someone who requested it in the chat so that it's viewable. Let's update it with this image. It's uploading. Yeah, it has been updated, so we can be able to save the images here below. So the details have been saved. Let's go here in our database. And first of all, we are going to review the data that we have for the user here. The name of our user is called Kavma Builds. So let's go look for that specific user here, and we are going to to look at if the information was updated. We are also going to look at that image effectively. When we look at this user, that's the first user that we entered. We need to look at all these users and look at their entry. The user that we entered was Kavma Builds. That username, that name, Kavma Builds. It's this very user. And when we look at this photo URL, it's already stored in our storage. Let's go here. Under profiles, let's look at this image. So here it is. So this is the image that we uploaded from here, and we can be able to view it from here. I hope now you've been able to view that. Now we've set up the rules very well. Let's go make up an update. We shall further set up this so that every time we don't have to check, rather make updates to the storage. But meanwhile, let's use this to view the changes that we made. So let's go back to the emails here. It's saying missing permissions. Let me try to reload it. Then I try out the entry and see if the error persists. Then we shall be able to review that. Let's get this link. Let's try to add this. So we are not able to add that because it's returning this error. Let's fix this. Even after the changes, And after the changes that we made, we are still getting this error. Let's reference it here. Can you please fix these two? Ensure that we have the right Firestore permissions for adding a new tracker in there based on the logic on our email screen. Write the implementation plan based on the structure in the master prompt document referenced here, and I will review this plan and we proceed to refine the storage rules for the email logic. Let's continue to refine these rules further. We are missing, we are getting an error of missing permissions. We already have the implementation plan, and let's review this and let's update. I think the changes have been completed. Let's try this out. And let's try to add a new tracker. Let's this error is persistent. Let's I think it's missing out something in the logic when it comes to setting up the rules. This means that you have missed out something in setting up the proper permission rules for adding a new email track. As a senior engineer, look into our logic for adding a new tracker and ensure that all permissions have been set up very well to allow any authenticated user to add new email trackers. Restructure this request using our master prompt and ensure that in each and every section the right information for this request is set out. Create a totally new implementation plan that is going to specifically handle this request, and I will look at it and approve, and then we make changes. We already have the implementation plan. Let's continue to fix this. It's a fresh one. It's just for email tracking, so that you can be able to add all the details that we need. Let's look at what has been updated. Now that we've made that update, let's first of all accept these changes. And let us reload this. This is what we see, but let me try first to make the entry. But it's not making the entry. I'm still getting this persistent error that says we are missing the
doors bolted shut. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Watching the hawks from the fire escape. Every breath is a heavy weight. Stay awake, no rest for the woke soul. Translate the pain into a higher code. The mind's the weapon. Pay thicket, stay alert. Gray slabs, mental work. Keep the focus, never deviate. Still will watch the heavens rotate. The heavens rotate. Reject the fake, the shiny, the new. Analyze the pattern of the street fight. Analyze the pattern of the street fight. Black ink bleeding on the page tonight. No soft edges, only jagged lines. Building a temple in the ruins of time. They sell out for $1 in a name. I remain solid, immune to the game. Crushing the weak flows with a heavy palm. Eye of the storm, I remain a calm. Esoteric thoughts in a crude space. Look at the grit on the city's face. Ancestors watching through the grime. Watch. I manifest as watching through grime. I manifest the truth one bar at a time. Dismantle the lies with a surgical strike. This is the life that the warriors like. The mind's the weapon. Pay thicket, stay alert. Gray slabs, mental work. Keep the focus, never deviate. Still will watch the heavens rotate. The heavens rotate. Warriors. Stay focused. Maintain the science.
Let's make this update and review. I think we've sorted it out. We are able to add this. So let's make an update to this entry still. And say client paid. And we change to responded. So the entries are being made. Let's review them here. So everything has been set up for that specific part of the email. Then we are going to continue. So let's continue. Now we are going to fix the entry for the. We are going to fix Firestore rules logic for the costing screen. We need to ensure that when a screen is costed, the information is stored properly in Firestore. So what you're going to do, you're going to look at our costing screen, but you're also going to look and its functionalities and what is required, and you're also going to look at our current Firestore rules. And with that, you're going to make changes to Firestore specifically to ensure that our logic, as it is set up for the costing screen, is corresponding to the right rules that we have in the Firestore rules file for ensuring that the entries that are made to the costings, the various costed itineraries is saved up effectively well. So we need to fix this logic and ensure that the rules are updated to accommodate the new entries that we make in terms of the costings, and ensure that each and every entry that is made on those costings is saved up very well in Firestore. I want you to create a new implementation plan that follows the architecture structure of the prompt that we have in the master prompt that I've refreshed here, and include all the requirements that we are supposed to make changes to in this request. I will look at that implementation plan, approve it, and then we continue. Let's continue. Currently, this is our screen, so you want to be able to save up information that is updated here. Let's make some changes here. Add figures.
No hace falta duda que el ritmo nos guíe, buscando la gloria, que el mundo envidie mis pasos firmes, toco la
So now we have those entries. We shall look at them. What we want a logic to be set up so that we can test them. We already have an implementation plan. It's only catering for the logic for the costing screen. So let's proceed and review that.
Solo quedan la percusión, el cencerro y voces, pero potentes, más alto que el sol.
So it's still making those refinements. I think it has finished. Let's look at the error that we're getting. So let's also submit it. That it is resolved. So the changes were made. Let's get this brush. So we've refined that. Let's now save these and let's go back and review this. I think we've set that up. Let's add something here.
ancestral rhythm is the only way I hear it. My posture is a geometry of
We need to
eternal climate shifting like a heavy-handed
we need to add a button to allow us to save
mercy when the sky gets murky. Gravity is a strategy to
these hosted trips. So when we click on that button will ensure that this information is saved very well in our Firestore effectively. So can we add that button to our hosting screen? So let's add that button to save and be able to review.
Just a circle of survival. Each fallen leaf marks a brand new arrival. I shed the ego like the bark on the birch, finding the truth without a steeple or a church. The wind is a critic, but the roots are a fact. Keeping my integrity and my soul intact. My canopy is wide, catching every vibration. A natural liberation for a tired nation. I calculate the patience in the rings of the wood. Doing what I should, exactly where I stood. Doing what I should, exactly where I stood. No shortcuts to the summit of the canopy. The sky is the only thing that can handle me. Reaching out, ascending past the logic of the common ground. Silent as a seed, making a holy sound. Rise up. It's the climb through the grime to the light. Keep reaching.
Let's add this button and then we try to save and observe the changes that we've made. Let's click this.
Tell me your last prize. I see the way you move for this song. Market people that shouts my name, but I only see your face, my lady. Only you. Make we bargain, make we talk. Talk to me. Your matter don't occupy my head. Oh. Sun hot for Balogun today. Sweat they run for my skin. I carry my load, I carry my bag. Then I see you for the shade. Silk dress yellow like ripe plantain.
It has been set up very well.
You just the price they dry fish. I stand there like person we lost. I forget waiting I come by. I forget to baby tell me your last price.
I think we are going to end the stream here.